puts me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How are you? Today is the day. Cross-examination. Woo! I know that Alan Jackson started yesterday, and I apologize for not going live last night, but y'all, I had dinner with my little Chicky Nuggy Popeye Esquire granddaughter, and then it was the bath, and then it was, okay, Granny, can you come down to my house? So then I went down to her house because she wanted me to tuck her in, and you can't say no to that. You just can't. All right, so let me say good morning to you guys, and then we'll get started because they should be getting into court any moment now. Good morning, non-blonde millennial. Good morning, Julie A. Good morning, Justice Jane. Medusa, good morning. Sprinkled Donut, good to see you. Hey, Mrs. Troy, good to see you. What up, Neat Noodle? Good morning. Good morning, Nicholas. It's good to see you guys. I'm so glad you're here. All right, we finna get into it. So let me get over here to this. Oh, they already got the OnlyFan up. Fantastic. You know, I love that OnlyFan. Hold on, let me just share my screen real quick. I find this whole situation with Michael Proctor because, first of all, what I noticed yesterday in the cross-examination at the beginning of Buchanan with Alan Jackson was Buchanan did not. MK Land, what up? Sissy's mom, good morning. Tosh, good morning. I'm not even going to say the first word because you know that it gets me confused and I'd be saying the wrong thing. So let me just stop right there. All right. So during the initial cross-examination after lunch yesterday, which also I need to say, I actually thought that Brennan would have Buchanan on the stand longer than he did. I really did. I really thought that he would take it real close to the end of the day. Okay. But he didn't. So thanks for making me a liar, Brennan. Appreciate it. Anywho, so when Alan Jackson first started his cross-examination yesterday, he asked Buchanan 11 billion different ways about Michael Proctor being the lead investigator, and he would not do it. Just wouldn't. Which, I mean, I gotta admire somebody on the stand who understands what's going on and understands that the defense or whoever's conducting the cross-exam is going to try and get you to change your answer. Okay, so I can appreciate that in that testimony yesterday. However, the fact remains that in this capacity, because he kind of already testified to it during direct, he testified that it is the Massachusetts State Police's policy that 2 detectives, 2 officers, 2 troopers are assigned to homicide cases. They work together. It's a primary trooper and then a supervisor. In this case, Buchanan was the supervisor. So what does that make Michael Proctor? The lead investigator, and Buchanan did not want to say it at all. And he was not moving off of that, which, for me personally, now I'm not a fact finder in this case, right? I'm not charged with finding, with figuring out whether the state proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt or not. Okay. So I can say what I want. But the jury, on the other hand, I'm very curious how that comes across to the jury, because they've already got it on direct examination that he's acknowledged that Proctor no longer works for the department. If I remember correctly, I mean, I already knew that, obviously, but I seem to have a memory that came out during direct. Let me see who I want to say hi to people as they come in. Good morning, Birdie. Good to see you, babe. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Good morning, Violet. Happy Friday. The weekend is upon us. It's Mother's Day weekend. Y'all go out there and celebrate your mothers. And for the mothers, happy Mother's Day. Oh, here we go.
You are unmuted.
I made sure this. Anywho, I'm going to turn it down just a little bit because they're not really doing anything yet, and I want to finish my thought. So he, anyway, I feel like it came out on direct that Proctor doesn't work for the department anymore. Okay. He also slightly acknowledged that when he talked about why the Massachusetts State Police assigns 2 troopers to a case. Okay. Now, I think that the jury has got to be scratching their heads, right? Like, why is Proctor no longer working there? Why is this detective not wanting to talk about him being the lead detective and none of that? All right, so let's see what's going on. Let me turn this up.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Yo Nose Modesto. I have a sinking feeling this jury only hears Karen's words and her admission of being drunk, and all of this police buffoonery won't matter. I mean, that's a very valid concern. I think we all want to know what it is that is going on in the jurors' minds hearing all of this, because even at this point, the state has not even put on a medical examiner or anything the jury at this point, right, does not even know how John O'Keefe died. We are at the end of the 3rd week. Let that sink in. All right, let's keep going. Also, I'm going to try to interrupt as little as possible, but look, if you're new here, you may not know, but everybody who's been here a minute knows that it's very on brand for me. When ridiculousness comes out of people's mouths, I can't help but comment. I'm going to try real hard. No, little D, we just started. Welcome in. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, actually, let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer
not
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
Bring out the Webster's Dictionary. The shade of it all. He just said something really important at the beginning of this whole thing. Did I hit him? But he labeled that as a statement and not a question. Now, yesterday, at the beginning of his actual testimony that respective to this specific case, he also said Karen Reed questioned or wondered or was concerned that she may have hit him, something to that effect. And I remember it because I took a screenshot and I made a timestamp because I will be making a video. But I want to get all his testimony so one video can be made. Trying to be, work smart, not hard. Here we go.
Pull up the Webster's Dictionary. You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago. We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
you would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location...
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of the evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give it to give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them? Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person?
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years.
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. In terms of the first tab, which is the purple tab,
Some of these came off.
it's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If
Do you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document,
Sure.
please?
Wow. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. They do not want to talk about Proctor at all. Like they don't want to. And Alan Jackson is correct in asking if you're the one who collected. We call it, they call it, we. I'm the royal we now, pinkies up. It's referred to commonly as bagging and tagging, okay? So I would assume that the first portion of that which is the bagging, would be picking up the item and placing it in a bag. The second part of that is the tagging. Now, if you're the only person at the scene, right? If you're the one bagging, well, then why aren't you the one tagging? That's a valid question. And one that Buchanan does not want to answer at all. And I've watched hundreds at this point in my life, trials, hundreds. And I've seen some things, okay? I've seen, I usually see this during expert witness testimony, particularly when it's on cross-examination. Obviously, direct is super easy, but on cross, when a expert witness opinion is questioned by the side doing the cross-examination. That's just, it gets a little spicy. It's a little typical. I'm not surprised that there's a little resistance and spiciness to this exchange, but it's more than a little, okay? These are relevant questions. And when it comes to, this isn't just a piece of evidence that was collected and then later determined that it had no relevance at all to what may or may have not, had no relevance at all to what occurred January 29th, 2022. Okay. This isn't one of those pieces of evidence. Okay. This is a piece of evidence. These are pieces of evidence that they have determined or deemed that are part of what occurred and relative to not just what occurred, that a crime occurred on January 29th, 2022. Okay. So the chain of custody is a huge deal, bro. I don't know what your problem is, Buchanan. Like, you're clearly an intelligent guy. You know the score. Stop playing with these people.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Shmita says, I'm actually kind of surprised they are not allowed to be treated as a hostile witness. Okay, so I'm going to get the the legal definition of what a hostile witness is to see if it pertains. Now, Proctor, if the defense calls Proctor, Proctor can absolutely be treated as a hostile witness. I think that because Buchanan testified for the state first, and he is not, he's not, I guess, I don't think he's a party opponent. And so I think I'll have to look it up. Let me just stop right there. Let's keep going.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure. Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the date that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
Well, you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote-unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
If you're asking about Buchanan, yes, his reprimand was the loss, his punishment, as it were, was the loss of 5 vacation days.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some.
tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to the bag?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker. There's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Also, I just wanted to let you guys know that I have, hold on a second, let me just pause this. I don't want to miss any testimony. Okay, so just so you guys know, I have another Letitia Stout body cam that I'm working on right now, but it involves neighbors. And quite frankly, they didn't ask to be a part of this. So I'm having to blur faces and addresses. But I am listening and I am checking back with you guys on the chat. But just letting you know, I am here and I am present and accounted for. All right, let's keep going.
112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay. You also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at the, first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
But according to the information that we've just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with that.
I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so now, Mr. Buchanan, now you want to make sure you want all the I's dotted, you want all the T's crossed. Now you want to go over and review all of the things before you feel comfortable testifying. Where was this supervision when Michael Proctor was doing all the things? Where was that work ethic then? Why? I mean, I need to understand this. I mean, I appreciate the fact that today, as you sit here, you're not comfortable labeling things one way or another, but you were totally comfortable getting evidence from from the front lawn, because Canton Police called you and told you that there was evidence there, or you should come out there, even though they weren't supposed to be out there because they had recused themselves to your testimony out of, an overabundance of caution because there was a loose familial connection. That's what you testified to yesterday. So where was this? And I appreciate a good work ethic, and I appreciate, learning. When you learn better, or when you know better, you do better. I appreciate that. But I feel like it's a little too late, my guy. Feels like this should have been your approach back in 2022. Feels like as the supervisor, you should have been asking these very important questions. Well, starting with, here's and this is the problem. And this is why I question this, because chain of custody is important when it comes to evidence. Who found it, where they found it, when it was found, the circumstances, all those things are important. And if you are, my eyebrow would be raised if I received a call from a branch of law enforcement that had recused themselves from the investigation. That would raise an eyebrow for me. And I have taken absolutely no training. I have no education, no on-the-job experience, but the optics are very, very bad. And so at this point, the argument could be made by either side. The side that feels that Karen Reed is factually guilty, and the side that believes that Karen Reed is factually, actually innocent. The argument could be made that because of the way that the investigation was conducted from the beginning, it would be very difficult. Remember the last trial? Judge Bev Brennan. It would be very difficult for the Commonwealth to prove Karen Reed guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But moving forward, it would be hard to prove anyone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? We're not talking about going back and reviewing an investigation that happened in 1957 or 67 or 87 or 77. Okay? Before, we obviously, when you learn things, when you know more, you do better, right? So over the time, investigating crimes, collection of evidence, preserving that evidence, all those things we've all, has evolved as things do, and it's, this was 3 years ago. What has changed in 3 years? What has changed? What significant changes and updates have been made to the collection and preservation of evidence in a crime scene? None. 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 See, this is how I feel, Tess, as well. So Tess said, I'm on the side of actual innocence and factual innocence, but started trial 1 thinking she could have hit him on accident. That's how I started the first trial. I started the first trial thinking this was on an accident, as my kids used to say when they were little. But Mom, it was on an accident. That's how I started out. But then I met and was introduced to, through the trial, not in real life. I don't know these gentlemen. What the internet refers to as the crash daddies, what John Brennan refers to as Ocker. And they changed my mind because they are an independent law enforcement. They were retained by an independent law enforcement agency, the Department of Justice. Okay. That investigated the investigation. And in order to do that, they conducted as best they could based on the available evidence and the way that it was all the things. They did their own investigation and their own reconstruction. And they have determined, it's their testimony, that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Okay, so right there. Now, I'm still going to listen to what the state expert witnesses say. I want to hear it all, and I am open to having my mind changed. I'm always open to having my mind changed. Can they change it? Remains to be seen. All right.
Here, so
Let
we'll
me
take
be.
our morning break now.
Oh, they're taking their morning break.
What? All rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and leave on the floor.
You deserve. Morgan & Morgan
Oh,
makes
my
it so
God.
simple. You
We
can
didn't
start a
get to
claim from
hear
your phone.
that.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
What? All rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and leave on the floor.
Who knows how long this break is going to be? Folks and Legos. Thank you, folks and Legos. Thank you, closed caption. You continue to keep us entertained.
Hey there.
No. Second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know.
You deserve. More.com/
No, so I can have them.
or scanning the QR code on screen.
I can have them. That would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jen. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, we'll see her in a half an hour. Okay. non-blonde millennial says, I used to think she maybe hit him by accident. Not now. I don't believe he was hit by a vehicle. See, and isn't that what the state needs to prove at this point? We're on, I cannot overstate this enough. Now, to be fair, one of the days of trial, the jury went on a little field trip and they went to 34 Fairview. Okay, so one of the days that happened. All right. But what boggles my mind is how far along we are in all of this, and yet we have not heard any testimony other than the observations that the first responders made, and one of the detectives that attended John O'Keefe's autopsy, two of them or whatever, some observations that were made during autopsy by non-medical personnel, by law enforcement. Okay, let me put it like that. That's probably better. So for me, the state at this point, and they're fairly far along in the trial. I mean, the time period given for this trial, if I'm not mistaken, was 10 weeks. So we are approaching the halfway mark. Okay. And yet we've had no evidence from any medical doctor of any kind about John O'Keefe's injuries, about how he died, and why they believe he died in that manner. That's odd to me. Instead, what the state has decided to focus their thus far, what they've decided to focus on are completely taken out of context clips from interviews that Karen Reed did. They have decided to focus on the fact that how many drinks she had. Karen doesn't dispute that she was drinking that night. She does dispute the characterization of how many drinks that she had that night, because it isn't, and you can't, and I watched that video again, you can't really see if she consumes the entire drink before getting another one. You know what I mean? So it'd be like if I got a 12-pack of Pepsi, okay? And it's on video, right? And I opened up 12 cans of that Pepsi and drank that Pepsi, right? Each can. But each can, like, let's say 6 of them I drank halfway. And then 6 of them I drank a quarter of a way. How many cans of Pepsi did I actually consume? You see what I mean? So, let me see this. Brandy says, I am on the same page as everyone else, with my first thoughts being she definitely did it by accident. But once the science showed us differently, that was it for me. That is where I am. I give much more weight to scientific testimony, unless you're Jessica Hyde, than I do to witness testimony, eyewitness testimony, the Jen McCabe's, even the firefighters and paramedics, and because they were so argumentative, they were so defensive and the fact of the matter is, when a lay person is taking the stand and they're giving testimony, they are giving their testimony based on their perspective. And as Yuri Buchanan pointed out quite astutely, and I can't disagree with him, that 6 people can watch the same thing and come up with 6 different perspectives. So I give that, I listen to it, I pay attention to it, but I typically give it far less weight than science. So, okay, now Tess says, everyone's favorite lawyer you know just said, quote, is this a quote? Just said, I'm not going to quote it. I'm assuming this is from X, Twitter X. This is so cringy. Jackson doing a great job of making sure the jury knows just how bad this is going for YB, Yuri Buchanan. It is a quote? Okay. Jessica Hyde, Brandy says the name Jessica Hyde sounds like it should be in a Marvel movie. Yes, as a villain. Brandy says, non-blonde millennial says, I feel like the jury is going to feel like we do about this witness. I agree. I agree that the jury, they're picking up on this. Now, we know from Lori Vallow's trial in Arizona last month that jurors are keenly aware of when they're not getting the whole story. And by that, I mean, they were left with questions about where was Tylee? How come she didn't testify? So they pay attention. And I think at this point, the jury is feeling like, how come we're not here? If Michael Proctor was the lead investigator, which Buchanan doesn't want to say out loud in open court, doesn't want to agree to, doesn't want to concede that that's the fact. If his initials, his paw prints, his, brand, as it were, is all over the investigation of this case, and Buchanan is testifying to things that he actually wasn't there for, then they got to be wondering, where is Michael Proctor? And I don't think that they're going to call him. The Commonwealth is not, okay? So the Commonwealth's not going to call him. So let's say, okay, so the Commonwealth moves through their case, and then they rest their case in chief, and then the defense begins. The jury is going to wonder why Proctor wasn't called by the state. And should he be called? And Karen Reed has been asked if Michael Proctor will be called by the defense, and her answer was it's to be determined. So there is no set plan in mind for that as far as that goes. Hold on. So it's to be determined. But if I would imagine that the jurors want to hear from him, number one, but I think that they're going to wonder why the state or the Commonwealth, he's not a witness for the Commonwealth if he is a witness for the defense. That's problem. I would wonder that if I was Gloria says, hey, by the way, Jen Lu, do you think the state needs Lori and Letitia's help? Yes. Letitia especially, because Letitia has said on many jail calls that she could go through all of the evidence. Like, I cannot remember what term she used because it was so thrown off. You would think that it would stick with me, but whatever. Anywho, she can go through all of the voluminous amount of evidence, like lickety split. Just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Quick. Now, I would suggest that the Commonwealth not have Lori and Letitia help together. As you know, I think everybody's familiar. Lori and Letitia, frankly, just don't work well with others. So if they actually want their help, they will assign them separate projects where they would never have to talk. Let's see, Sissy's mom, this is really a good point. Sissy's mom, Jen, says, I would have a lot more respect for Buchanan and Company if just once someone would say, looking back, there are things that I could have done better. Yes. Like there's no shame in saying, you know what? At the time, I made the decisions that I thought were best. But now, 3 years later, looking back, I realize that I could have done some things better. You know, I think that that would have been nice, but we're not going to get that. Non-blonde millennial says they need Lori to ask the witnesses what they had for dinner. Yes. Violet says, Letitia, I'm done with you, Violet. Letitia is Inspector Ratchet. Oh my God. And the theme song, you know, the dun-dun-dun-dun, Inspector Gadget plays backwards for Inspector Ratchet. Oh my goodness. Hey, Humanimal, good to see you, babe. Humanimal says they just double down. They do. They double down and then they get indignant in their double downing. That's my, like, wow. Tess says, even the internal affairs report was justifying everything they did. It's wild. It's crazy pants time. Like, hey, Boho, good to see you. I do. I hope the defense calls Proctor as well. Non-blonde millennial. I do. I hope they do as well. I hope they do as well. I wonder if I like screen recorded that song because CapCut has a way to reverse video, but I don't know if you have the video and the audio together, if it will reverse both. Because I've never actually tried that before. I've reversed many videos, but I've never actually tried it when it has audio attached to it. Note to self. That is an experiment I intend to try. Because I do feel like I could make a whole intro out of Letitia with the Inspector Gadget song playing backwards. Oh boy. Just so you guys know, I have been working very diligently all morning to make sure that the blur is where it needs to be, it stays where it needs to be, all those things. But like sometimes when you use keyframes, this is just a tip out there for anybody considering editing. Sometimes when you use keyframes and there's a great distance, like there's parts of the video, obviously, that don't need blurring, but the mask is still like off to the side. You do have to go back through and, well, I have to go back through and like just make sure that the mask is closed, because if there's like a distance between when you use it and when you don't use it, then it's, like I wish I could just, hold on. No, this one is where I need to move it. There, let me just put it there, and then we should be okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is kind of irritating to me. Like I'm a little bit overdoing it. Like I'm, but I want it to look nice for you guys. So I don't really have to do it. Like I don't have to be this crazy about it, but it will bother me because I'll see it. You guys probably wouldn't even see it because you're going to be focused on like the actual content or whatever, but I will see it and it will drive me bananas. Hold on. Sorry. I just want to get this finished so I can put it up for you guys. Anyway, what y'all doing over there? Hey, Music City Mom. Good to see you, babe. I don't remember. Oh, okay. I will try it. Yes, I will try it, Tess Mac. I was like, what's Tess Mac saying? Yes, please, too. Then I remembered what I said. Well, isn't this interesting, Sissy's mom, Jen? I know why Buchanan doesn't know who wrote on the evidence bag or who he handed them to. It was his version of Maria Sanchez. There you go. Maria Sanchez, Lil Tay. Oh, ooh, yummy. Seven Lee says, my cousins are coming over tonight to make me honey garlic chicken. That is delicious. And also, I forgot to say good morning to you, Sarah Bellum. I saw you in here earlier. Thank you for joining. It's good to see you, babe. Hi, Jen from Skyflash to Photographer says, I know it's probably not on the horizon. Oh, believe me, anything Boone is on the horizon. But Sarah Boone's texts are out, and you and Dr. B doing a roast would be fantastic. Which texts? Could you be more specific? Are these the text from from the trial? Because speaking of Sarah Boone, I don't know how I'm going to find time to fit all of this in, but I was thinking this weekend, because the transcript of the trial is out, there are some particularly interesting sidebars that were had during her trial. And I was thinking that I could do like sidebar Saturday and Sunday, Sarah Boone style, dramatic reading, and just go through the sidebars. But there are, and I want you to. Oh, Sky Flash, could you do me a solid? Could you email me, please, and let me know where those are at, if you don't mind? I would appreciate that, because I would love to do a dramatic reading, and I don't know if I can get Dr. B. I know you guys love and miss Dr. B. I love and miss Dr. B, but she's really busy right now with, work and life and stuff. So I know she's following this trial and everything. So maybe I can guilt her into it. Oh, wow. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Sky Flashed. I appreciate that. Thanks for the heads up. I would absolutely do it. I will say this, unless they're on a public website, I got to go and I got to look and see where they're at and see how long they've been out. If a creator posted them, I like to give when a creator posts things like that, when they request things like that from the jail, they have to pay for it. It's not free. And so, that's time and money. It takes time you're waiting on it. It takes time to wait. It takes time to edit them and upload them, and it costs money. So I like to make sure that I give those. Oh, it's Tanika's 2 cents. Oh, I love her. Okay, cool. I'm going to make sure I give her plenty of time to have them up before I talk about them, because if it were me, that's what I would like. That's how I would like to be treated. I don't mind people using my content at all. I think that is part of what makes YouTube YouTube. In fact, I mean, the truth of the matter is even mainstream media uses other mainstream media content. So, but they give credit, and it's different when you're on YouTube in a sense, because I'm not a big channel, although I did hit the 11,500 mark overnight. Woohoo! I'm actually, but let's say like a big, like a 100,000 subscriber channel or more wanted to use my content, I would have no issue with that. But if they were to use my content, like these body cam footages, right? They get a notification from some weird algorithm thing that these have been uploaded. And then they go an hour later and share it. Like, that's not cool, you know? Like I treat other people the way that I would like to be treated. I think that's, and Tanika is super cool. We've emailed and stuff, and she's just, I do go in there and watch. Sometimes I just watch in the chat because I'm like, no, I'm lazy and I don't want to type. But good night, Row to Row. Thanks for stopping in. Make sure you gave your girl a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I do like Tanika. And I appreciate this too, Skyflash. Skyflash says she's great how she reads them, but you would come at it with your special kind of snark and sass for sure. Yeah. So yeah, I do enjoy Tanika. Come on. What's going on now? I don't know what we're doing. I don't understand, Judge Bev, how you can even begin to say that we're on schedule, seriously, or even a little bit ahead when we're taking these long ass morning breaks, for Pete's sake. Like, let's see how long we've been on break, okay? We've been on break for 35 minutes. Whew. We've been on break for 35 minutes, and I need a people break. I need a human break. All right. I'm just going to mute. I'll be right back. Skyflash says they're looking for the third shoe. Man, I'm telling you what. Did you see that yesterday, Skyflash? Were you in here? Look what I did. Okay. So this is the original side-by-side of the shoe. On the left is the photo that was displayed in court. On the right is the detective holding up the shoe in court. Okay. And then somebody said to me, well, there's a rumor that the photograph of the shoe on the left was the color was inverted. Okay. So I inverted the color again. Here is where I don't think that the color was inverted. To make it, this is not, to me, this is not, this one on the left, the color was not inverted, and here's why. Because the Nike swoosh is red, and when you invert colors, white goes to black, black goes to white, hence the picture on the left. To me, it looks like there's an issue with the shoe. And in the in the footage from CF McCarthy's, you can clearly see that the shoe is white at the bottom, that it has a white sole. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, wow, boho hobo. Wow. That's crazy. What, Sissy's mom? You got a frost warning for tonight. It's May. It's gonna be May. How is there a frost warning? Let me look. Let me see what it says for us. No frost warning. Holy cannoli. By Tuesday, it's going to be 96 degrees. Actually, this weekend looks gorgeous. 76 on Saturday, 78 on Sunday, and sunny. Yikes on bikes. Oh, my cat's mom says, are you talking about this picture? Looks black because of shadowing? I just want to wait to answer for them to answer. Sorry. I'm not. First of all, I can't really agree or disagree, and here's why. I can understand your perspective. I can. But part of the issue with even trying to ascertain if it's a shadow, in my opinion anyway, is the quality of the photograph in the first place. This shit looks like it was taken with a friggin' potato. Okay? It's a terrible photograph. It really is. I'm going to have to study this photograph a little bit more before I can even. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure. But I don't want to argue with you because, again, the quality of the picture is not the greatest. It looks like it was taken with a potato. And I just feel like because of that, it's going to be really hard to determine. Like when I'm looking at this photograph, I can't, in order for the sole to be black, appear black because of a shadow, that would mean that the light source, as you're looking at the picture, would have to be coming from the left of the shoe, probably the top left of the shoe. And I don't know. It's just not a good picture. It's very difficult. Now for me, okay, and let me say this: there are people in the world who are far more proficient at looking at working with like Photoshop or Photopea, because Photopea is similar to Photoshop, than I am. And I would not even begin to be able to know how to do something in reverse to this. Wait, that's not what I want to show you guys.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately.
It is. The world is an unpredictable place. You're right, Jesse. Let me see if I can find a different. Let me see if I can find a different picture of that shoe, because I know that they do show it. Here we go. Oh, this is a good one. Hold on. Let me put it up for you guys. I'm just not sure that there is enough of a shadow to make that sole of that shoe look as dark as it does. All right. Give me just a second. I want to get this just right for you guys. All right, so let me do it like this. Let me make this, instead of white, let me make it black. Yeah, that's much more helpful. I mean, also the problem with the shoe is yesterday we found out that the shoe was labeled incorrectly to begin with. Like, there's all kinds of issues here. All right, let me download this and then I'll show it to you guys. Just FYI, we're still looking at the OnlyFans. We're not missing any testimony. I would never do that to you guys. Okay, so let me upload this really quick. Ah, crap. Okay, look, I need to open up a new window to upload this into the, hold on, I wonder if I can do it from here. Let me see if I can. All right, hold on. I know what I can do. I'll just share my screen. All right. Let me just make it a little smaller. All right, there we go. All right, here we go, you guys. This is the shoe. Okay. This shoe and this shoe on the left don't look like the same shoe to me. They just don't. Especially because in this picture, not this one, look at the sole. You see how the sole goes and it goes up a little bit in the back? This shoe doesn't do that. It just doesn't look like the same shoe to me. It just doesn't. Now, I mean, just for science, let's do this. Let's see what happens when you invert the colors. You see how everything that was white is now black, and how everything that was black is now white? So that leads me to believe that that was not, that photograph was not inverted. All right, let me go back over here. I don't know. There's something hinky with those shoes. What it is, I don't know. They don't look the same. That the sole from the photograph out at the scene looks like the typical hard rubber sole of a running shoe. Okay. That other shoe looks like, that other shoe with the white sole, that sole, I have a pair. Hold on. Let me go get that pair. Let me just, please hold. Okay. My husband has a pair of Adidas that are made exactly like those Nikes. And the sole even is foamy feeling. Like I don't know how to explain it further than that. It's you would not want to, I would not suggest those Nikes these ones, the ones with the white soles, those are good walking around shoes. Okay. I would not recommend wearing those to run. To me, I would be concerned that I would get shin splints because I just don't feel like they could stand up. I suppose if you were going to run on a treadmill, might be all right. I still wouldn't recommend it. They're really lightweight. You're right, Rachel. That's what it is. Yes, they're super lightweight, and I don't think they would be good for running. Also, this. Who in here is familiar with the movie The Goonies? Okay. And if you are familiar with the movie The Goonies, who remembers Data with his little inventions? And when the why can't I remember the Fratellis? When the Fratellis were chasing the kids across that beam thing, I think it was a piece of wood, like okay. And Data stopped in the middle and said, "Slick shoe." I'm going to get him with my slick shoe, right? And he squirted the oil and they slipped everywhere. I feel like those foamy soled shoes would create slick shoe in the snow. That's why. That's what I feel like. Slick shoe. That's what I feel like would happen. I feel like those shoes in the snow would be tantamount to wearing flip-flops through water. Slick shoe. You're going to slip and fall. It's a recipe for disaster. But yeah. And this right here that Tess said. Where is it? Even if they are the same shoe, the fact they brought the wrong one yesterday for Yuri's testimony is so bad. It is so bad. It is not a good look at all. At all. Okay, here's my thing with that. My cat's mom. My cat's mom says, I love that name, by the way. Okay, he possibly fell, then got hit. Here's my problem with that. According to the state's own witnesses, specifically Jen McCabe, Sarah Levinson, Ryan Nagel. Okay, let's start with McCabe and Sarah Levinson. Sarah Levinson testified, and so did Jen McCabe, that they left the Alberts home around 1:45 a.m. The people that left at the same time so it was Jen McCabe. We just haven't heard Matt McCabe. Jen has already testified. We haven't heard Matt McCabe testify. We haven't heard Julie Nagel, but we did hear Sarah Levinson. The four of them left the house at the same time because the McCabes were going to give Sarah and Julie a ride home. Okay. So they all leave the house at 1:45. They don't see John O'Keefe's body in the snow. The state also called a meteorologist who charted how much snow fell at different points in the early morning, like after midnight of January 29th. There was such a light amount of snow in that yard that they would have seen John O'Keefe, that John O'Keefe's body would have been visible. The snow would not have obscured him, and they didn't see him. Here's the other part. Ryan Nagel testified that essentially he and Karen Reed's vehicles were facing each other at a crossroads. She was going to turn right, and I think he was going to turn left, or it was the other way around. He let Karen go first. As Karen Reed's vehicle is passing, he can see Karen Reed and he can see John O'Keefe in the vehicle. Karen is driving, John is in the passenger seat. About 2 minutes later, he then arrives at the Albert's home, doesn't recall seeing John in the vehicle, but also doesn't recall seeing John in the yard either, outside of the vehicle. 2 minutes is it's not like an incredible amount of time. Like when you hear the term 2 minutes, that seems like nothing. But when you think about how quickly she would have had to, how would they not have seen him laying in the yard then? Ryan Nagel. How could they not have seen it? Because they were out there for a hot minute. Ryan was texting his sister Julie in the house because she initially wanted a ride from him. She comes out after a hot minute. They have a conversation for several minutes where she says, nah, I'm cool. I'm going to stay. I'm going to get a ride home. Okay. So he takes off. How is it that nobody saw John? I would propose that 2 minutes is plenty of time for John to have gotten out of that vehicle and entered that home. That's what I said. That's what I think. It almost feels like unintentionally the witnesses for the state have actually, even though they've all denied it, have actually put John O'Keefe inside the Alberts home. That is the way I'm interpreting the testimony. Okay, now for reals, I really need to take a human being break. So please enjoy the OnlyFan, and I'll be right back.
You are unmuted.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document, with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission...
Hold on.
Sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it now?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel.
Judge Bev, why do we need a sidebar right this minute? This is absolutely ridiculous. Look, here's the deal. I am curious if the argument is going to be made. I can't imagine it would be that it would be hearsay. And here's why, because the text messages are between Karen Reed, the defendant, who is a party opponent, and Mr. Higgins. But it's something that was part of the investigation that Higgins turned over to Buchanan. Therefore, it should come in. He should be allowed to read it. He should be questioned about it. That's it. That's all. Brennan, just stipulate to it and let's get through it, because you know this is going to come out. It's coming out one way or another. Even if the state doesn't call Brian Higgins, the defense can and they should if you don't allow this in. So it's coming in one way or another. So let's save a few days and let it come in now. The jury's going to get this information, because I think, in my opinion, it is I think what was supposed to have occurred that night at the waterfall when Jen McCabe had Karen out front and was saying, "You're coming with me," or "You come with me," whatever it was that she said to Karen. I think the plan was Higgins was going to show John O'Keefe these text messages. I think that Higgins' ego was very bruised when he realized that Karen was, in my opinion, all he was a little bit of a distraction and some entertainment. It was just temporary. There was nothing serious behind it. She never, I don't think, intended to be with Higgins or anything like that. And I think his ego got bruised. I think he was like, no, you don't use, I don't get used, I use. That's it. That's all. I think that was the intention, that he was going to show him those texts. I think what ended up happening is because Karen didn't jump on Jen McCabe's invitation immediately and be like, "Oh yeah, that's great." Right? She hesitated just long enough for John O'Keefe to make his way outside of the bar, and then they ended up leaving together. I think what happened is that Brian Higgins did show John O'Keefe those texts, and maybe said something flip like, "These hoes ain't loyal," right? And then there was a fight, and Brian Albert went to separate the two, and in all the melee, Chloe the dog thought her owner was in danger, and I think she went at John, and I think that's what explains those injuries on his arm. That's it. That's all. And everything else was a series of alcohol-fueled bad decisions. They should have just called 911. That's it. That's all. Why they didn't, I don't know. Because they were inebriated, I guess. I don't know. Solo Angel Mom asks, hold on a second. If Karen Reed is found guilty of the DUI and not the manslaughter, does she still walk? No, if she's found guilty of any of the charges, she doesn't. There's a punishment. She's going to be punished. I mean, that comes, okay. And here's the thing. This is why she won't walk, because she's been free on bond this entire time. So it's not like she waited in jail for a while at all and could get credit for time served. I don't know let me see what the punishments are. Okay. In Massachusetts, DUI punishments vary based on the number of offenses and whether alcohol or drugs were involved. A first offense DUI in Massachusetts is a misdemeanor with a potential jail sentence of up to 2.5 years, fines ranging from $500 to $5,000, and a 1-year license suspension. Subsequent offenses, particularly the third offense, become felonies with more severe penalties, including longer jail sentences, higher fines, and potentially a lifetime license revocation. Okay. OUI versus DUI. Massachusetts uses the term operating under the influence, OUI, rather than DUI or DWI. So, I mean, she's not gonna walk. There's gonna be a punishment. Hey, Vincent, welcome in. I mean, you ain't wrong. Vincent says, I'll behave myself, but this trial should have never took place. You ain't wrong. You're not going to get much argument in this chat. Let me see what Karen Reed's actual factual charges are. Just so all of them. Because sometimes, articles. Okay. Karen Reed is facing charges of second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of a collision causing death. So those are the charges that she's facing. But they all, to Nicholas's point, they all the charges revolve around John O'Keefe's death. So let me make sure. Let me just see something else. Give me just a minute, you guys, because there's another article and I want to understand. Okay, that's not really helpful. Well, where is this though? I don't see it. Hold on a second. I just want to I just want to look at something. Yeah. Yeah. They all stem from she's not just there's not a separate charge for just actually driving under the influence, which I'm curious about, because let's be honest, after investigating this crime, I believe there's proof that many people were driving under the influence, although let me say this, there's evidence that multiple people were potentially driving under the influence, meaning that their blood alcohol was over the legal limit that night. So maybe that's why, because it could be problematic for everybody. Oh, goodness. Oh, you're upset with your IKEA furniture. Boho Hobo says studio IKEA furniture from hell that I have been wrestling like an alligator all week. I find IKEA to be the easiest stuff to put together, although I would say, as a caveat, it depends on what you get. Obviously, not all of the furniture. I suppose some might be harder than others, but I love IKEA. It's my favorite, one of my favorites. So non-blonde millennial says, and a lot of people feel like that believe Karen is innocent are just distracted by all the noise. No, I don't care how you I don't know how you can watch this trial or see the evidence and think she's guilty, in my opinion. Isn't that the point? Like, we're not all watching separate evidence. The evidence that's being presented in the trial is the evidence. That's it. That's all. It's our own personal perceptions of that in evidence. Okay. Some people will give greater weight to a piece of evidence than another person, but at the end of the day, it's all the same evidence. So, I mean, for me personally, I mean, we aren't even to the point. All the state has presented at this point is a bunch of people were partying out at CF McCarthy's and then at the waterfall. Then they went back to the Alberts home, and that the next morning John was found in the snow, and that evidence was collected, but the procedure under which it was collected, the circumstances under which some of the evidence was recovered, or it, to use Buchanan's term, revealed itself, are all questionable. Oh, let me go over hostile witness, Shmita. Thank you for reminding me.
Right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Okay. Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content. For instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I don't know what she could possibly be wanting to see the counsel at sidebar when she just saw counsel at sidebar literally like 2 seconds ago. The only thing that I can think of is my local time is 10:46. So their local time would be 11:46. Perhaps Judge Bev's tummy is growling. Who knows? I don't know what the problem is. I want to look at this really quickly. Hold on. Okay, so Shmita, to answer your question about a hostile witness, in Massachusetts, a hostile witness is a witness who gives testimony that is either openly antagonistic or contrary to the legal position of the party who called them. Okay. This can occur when a witness's testimony is not supportive of the party's case and is actually working against them, potentially due to the witness's own interests aligning with the opposing party or changing in their testimony from a prior statement. I think technically Buchanan, because he was called by the state, that is what makes him not a hostile witness. Had he been called by the defense, then they could call him as a hostile witness. Okay. That's what I think. And Jay Rose, welcome and good to see you, says, cut. We would like the text read with some personality, please. Try 1990s Valley Girl, sir. Like, oh my God. What did I almost say? Chicken shite? I forget. Who knows? Sometimes I just be.
We're trying to make this
No, you're not, Bev.
easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do
Oh,
not
I
have
did
to
almost say it. Yes, chicken
describe
shite.
the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, your text response.
Okay.
That's agreed, Your Honor.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiancé is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids. And then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? the real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap from my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh.
Oh my God. Can I please just do this really quick? I'm sorry. It's too much for me. Give me a moment, please. Let me find what I'm looking for. Because, bruh, where's it at?
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
I mean, I understand why this is important for the defense, okay? Because I believe that this is part of their alternate suspect theory. I get it, but oh my God, this is tedious. And no wonder Karen only entertained him for a very short time. Lame. All right, I'm sorry. I needed to get that out. All right, I feel better now. Here we go.
I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot. And since...
Okay. Karen, this proves nothing other than you sent some flirty texts, and I think Higgins got in his feels. But you're a little passive-aggressive, and now I'm kind of annoyed. But I can see why you and John have trouble communicating due to this passive aggressiveness. Does that mean that you ran him over with your car and left the scene of an accident and are guilty of the charges you're facing? No, it doesn't. It still doesn't get me anywhere other than Higgins got in his feels. He got mad. He pouted, and he wanted to show these to John. That's it. That's all. That's what I think.
Told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy.
And this is where Higgins gets mad because that's not what he wanted to hear. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. These texts prove that Karen was irritated with John. She was bored and she picked a clinger. on an accident, probably. She had no idea that this dude was going to do what he did, I don't think, which was to snitch her out.
Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you.
Yeah, Karen, don't you know the rule? All girls know this rule. If they don't give you 24 hours notice, you say no. It doesn't even matter how bad you want to go out with them. They can't just be calling you up and expecting you to go out at the drop of a hat. No, no, no.
Yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay. I can't say that.
Hold on, let me mute this.
Of course you can.
I don't want us to miss any of this riveting. This is a mess. Thank you, Tess, for being a member and supporting the channel. I appreciate that. 23 months. We've almost got a toddler. Let's keep going.
Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the tuck rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over to mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something, but wasn't there an earlier text a conversation about John seeing Higgins on the ring footage? Perhaps that's, I don't know.
At all.
I'm
okay.
over it.
We're good.
It's making my
I
head
will
hurt.
see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it?
Bingo, Higgins.
My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me?
This is what happens when a woman tries to think like a man. She's trying to come off as like she's just, it's cool. I'm keeping it casual. I'm not upset. It's great. Everything is one, I couldn't care less. But the truth of the matter is she feels all the things and she couldn't care anymore. I mean, she couldn't care more. Like she's at her capacity for caring about what's going on with John. This is what you either think this, either you're capable as a human being of keeping it casual and not ever getting too invested, or you're not. Karen, you're not capable of that. It is what it is. It's not a bad thing. It just is.
You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh.
Neat. I could not agree more. Mr. Jackson, as much as I respect you, I believe this has clearly demonstrated your point. It has.
Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said, bite me, like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, that repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W. Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. And then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, How was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can take our lunch.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Okay, since they haven't turned the cameras off in the courtroom, I'm just, like nosy and I need to see what's coming next. But let me just say this. Tess asked me if I was going to continue to stream the whole trial. Now, let me just say this. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 24 seconds at this point. Allie wants to go live tonight because she wants us to do commentary over the body cam footage. Okay, which I'm fine with. But this has, first of all, hold on a minute.
Why don't you come in?
Uh-oh, hold on a second here.
All rise.
They are. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to leave it here until I figure out what they're doing. But I think that's why I think Gen X Gen is correct, because Gen X Gen says figures, all talk, no action. That's why Brian was angry. I could not agree more, because it made no. I mean, Brian was angry, and maybe, John had said something to him one time when they were all out as a group, like, "Hey, what's going on with you and Karen?" Maybe he said something. I don't know, but I do still think the plan was Brian Higgins wanted to show John these texts, like, bruh, these, it ain't me. It was all her. She reached out to me. She, talked to me. I didn't talk to her. You know what I mean? Like, she started it. And, I feel like his ego was bruised. And I think that Brian probably wanted to embarrass John a little bit, because he was embarrassed. And I think the whole thing escalated to a place where John ended up dead. And I think that's awful. And then the police bungled the investigation. And I think that's also awful. But anyway, I also have to agree with that was the most anticlimactic ending I've ever seen in a long time. It's been a long time. I don't think ever in the history of ever, but it's the most anticlimactic WTF ending I've ever, I mean, not ever, that I've seen in a long time. It reminds me a lot of how the series True Blood ended. Like, what just happened? And I agree, Tess. He was angry that night because she ghosted him, in my opinion. And I think I think when everybody was texting back and forth about what they were going to do that night, the 28th of Friday, that's January 28th, that Friday night, I think that when Higgins found out that Karen and John O'Keefe, or even just maybe John by himself, was going to be out with everybody, I think he thought, this is my opportunity. I'm going to show John just exactly who he's dealing with. And because I think he was being petty, quite frankly. But that's really it at this point. So I think what I'm going to do is, I think I am going to end it here, okay? Because I think that sitting through the last 2 hours of this text exchange, I have like 2 functioning brain cells left, and they're arguing. So I need to regroup. Otherwise, because there's a lot of good stuff in that body cam footage, both on my channel and Allie's channel. And I feel like if I sit through the rest of this today, I'm not going to be able to make the commentary that you guys have come to expect from your girl. And I want to give you guys what you expect. So we'll probably go over to this afternoon's testimony at some point, but I think I am going to end it today. And you guys all have a great Friday afternoon. Keep an eye out, because I think the way that Allie wants to do it is one live on my channel, or her channel, and then one live on my channel. So we'll see. So just keep an eye out on both of our channels. Let me give you, Nightbot is going to drop Allie's channel. Oops, not Allie. And make sure you're subscribed. Your notifications are turned on to all. And I'll see you guys later. Have a great afternoon. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
no militia.
Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little math sometimes.